Hello, everyone. We are done with Sprint, but I have to go and rescue my dad who can't get into my apartment. So give me maybe like 15 minutes and I will be right back. Thanks. I ran so fast. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry I missed you, Badrick. Oh, it was like by 5 minutes. That is a shame. Okay, I'm out of breath now, but I ran. I did it. Holy Lord. Okay, how did everybody do in the stream? How did we do? I didn't fucking get very far in that 12 minutes. Hi, Jamie. Welcome back. I hope therapy was good. I had to like run to the bottom of the apartment complex to get something from my dad, and then I ran back, and now I feel alive. I made bechamel. Nice. What are you using the bechamel for? Anything in particular, or are you just gonna dip some bread in it? Because that's also valid. Dip. Oh, this editing on this thing is so rough. This is why developmental editing costs a lot, y'all. Gotta have it with pasta, chicken, and mushrooms. Oh, that sounds really good, though. Really good. I haven't gotten much done today, but I cleared nearly... Oh, hey, 2,000 words in my novella. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That sounds very productive yesterday. That sounds good. Yes, I'm getting close to the confrontation with book one's antagonist. That's always the fun shit to write. I love conflict. I'm like, if conflict isn't happening, your story's not moving forward. Not really. And there can be many types of conflict, but those major conflicts, that's insane. Oh, almost up to 6K words. Yeah, that's a lot of progress. That's really great. That's good to hear. Very exciting stuff. I want to cry. All right. Oof. How does one get into streaming? Step one, download OBS. That would be my advice. Step two, decide on what kind of stuff you want to stream, right? So if you want to do like mostly writing or reading streams, do that. If you want to do mostly art, do that. You know what I mean? Pick your favorite thing to do and then stick with that. I would say step three, create a consistent schedule for yourself. So I just tend to do some pop-up streams, but for the most part, it's like 11:30 a.m. every day that I have marked on my stream. And then step four is just do it. But if you do need any like help with specifics and things like that, I've kind of got this down to a mad science. If you want to only stream to one platform, that's fine. But if you want to stream to multiple platforms, do that. You know, we like that stuff. That's pretty cool. Well, I love how that broke. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, just message me with any questions that you have for sure. And also be casual about it, you know? Like, you're probably not going to make bank streaming. No, like, the very few people make bank streaming, and it's either going to be people who are playing the world's most popular games when they come out, number one. Two are doing half naked hot tub streams, which is also valid, but like a very specific niche. Or three are talking about politics. Book one's antagonist is a bitch named Ruby, and I'm so excited to see Ace dare her a new one. Oh, woo. Yeah, I love scenes like that. It would be something for me to do. Yeah, totally. That's what I use for my work days as well. I agree. It's a very nice way to fill time and make sure that you're productive too. Yeah, recognize that it's going to be very quiet. That would be my other thing is that when you're first starting out, literally no one will know that you're there. So feel free to advertise in my self promo in my Discord if you're streaming, and share it around to your friends. Let them know so that way you're not just like alone, you know, because that's the only problem about streaming writing or art. Is that if you're not streaming a very popular game, very few people just randomly wander into the stream. It's very rare. I probably could have advertised this stream. Well, I should probably go do that over on the Q side of things. Let me go over there and do that. Okay. Yeah, if I do it, it'll probably be just writing or doing chatting streams. Yeah, totally. Wow, I literally generated the world's shortest sprint time. Y'all ready to do the most micro sprint of micro sprints? Oh, Lord. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so let me do that. Let's go ahead and jump in here for literally 2 seconds, and then I'll see you guys after 7 minutes. All right, micro sprint is done. I almost dropped a jug of oil onto the floor. What's happening to you over there? What, are you okay? Oh no. Okay, these tiny sprints are killing me. This developmental edit is rough. Not that the piece is rough, but that there's so much to cover. I always cook in chaos. You know, yeah, me too. I just wrote a line that's so cold, and I'm very proud of it in the context of Ace's character growth. Oh yeah, I love it. I love it when that shit happens. Started the second part of the first chapter. There's no way this is staying novella length, is there? Oh my god, no, that's a mood. That's real. We don't talk about it. Sometimes that's just the way that it goes. Oh, speaking of that, I know that it's like the end of the month, and I totally have spaced on trying to keep everybody in the loop on this because I've been so hella busy. Shit's been just absolutely fucking insane. Why is this little weenie just like... This little thing is so sad. Hold on. Why are you sad? That's fine. This works. Don't forget, sorry, let me stay on track here. Don't forget that we do have, if you want to participate in a short story contest, the writing prompt for January 2025. That is this one. The prompt is... The snow had piled up so high against the cabin door that I didn't realize it wasn't just the wind knocking to get in. So if that is something that you're interested in checking out and doing all of that stuff, yeah, you should totally join. You have a couple days left to kick out a 2,500 word short story if that's something that you want to do. You could use the prompt if you want, just for funsies. But if you do want to enter, you can do the $5 2-up membership, and then that's the entry fee to get potentially your chance at getting editing on some stuff. So yeah, you should check that out. Oh, don't look at it. You got those George R.R. Martin length chapters. No, I'm just kidding. His chapters are fucking ridiculous, actually. They're really long. I feel like with novellas, you can be a little bit more flexible with those kinds of things because you are writing in a shorter format, and so it's more like you're separating your thing out into like acts or arcs versus like a standard chapter. It's kind of its own different animal. What would you say the best word count average is for a chapter? Okay, so that's a highly debated topic. That's a really good question though. Nowadays, so there's two ways that you can approach it. The first is from a style standpoint, and the first is the style standpoint. So I'll go that way. That is Yeah, like Jamie is saying. So in their case, theirs is split out into days. Your chapter should cover what I would call a scene, right? So if you had like a scene in a play and the curtain would come down or the lights would go down on the scene to black, that's your chapter. There really, for a long time, have not really been any rules about this, although longer chapters can lose your readers if they have shorter attention spans. So that's more of a vibe thing, and there's not really like a recommended chapter length, although you start to get into uber long chapters, like over 4,500 words, I would say, and that starts to maybe get kind of problematic. Or micro chapters are a thing, and I would say, honestly, if they're like less than 1,000 words, maybe even less than 800 words, that can also start to get kind of problematic, but it depends on what you're doing. And, it can be stylistically used, so there can be an intention and a reason for it. The second thing that I will say is that there is nowadays a very explicit chapter length, word count length, for marketing reasons that a lot of publishers are looking for. I've noticed that is between 1,500 and 2,500 words on average. Any shorter and they consider the chapter too short and it doesn't have enough information in it. Any longer, and modern readers who have a significantly lower attention span and reading level than older readers, it's too short. I'm like Cal on this one. I tend to hit around 2,500 to 3,000 on average, and any more than that, I stop the scene. Because that's just what appeals to more publishers and more readers. That's how I think King of Dust did so well, is that all of the chapters were around that length. So because I'm trying to submit to them and appeal to them, that's what I'm doing. Because I'm trying to submit to modern agents and appeal to them, that's also how I'm approaching this as well, is making sure my chapters are not too long. And making sure things don't get too bogged down by description, but that can be really fucking difficult. And again, it's a stylistic thing. If you're publishing your work for yourself, you don't have to fucking worry about that shit. No one can tell you what to do. The only reason that you really need to worry about it is if you are going to be commercial with it and trying to go that route, to be honest. But 2,500 words, 2,500 to 3,000, in my personal opinion, that's the good place to be. That's the nice place. Yeah, maybe I should use the days like section and then use the rough time of day as chapters. You could do that too. And then you can segment it down. Because really, I think what modern publishers are worried about is effectively giving breeders, I'm dying, is effectively giving readers enough breathing room, all my words mashed together, breathing room to be able to put down the book if they want to, right? So it's like, oh, I reached a good stopping point. I'm going to grab my bookmark. I'm going to stop for a second. And so having a few of those in your book is not a bad thing. I used to be a fan of the really short, teeny weeny chapters in some of my books. And that's a stylistic thing, you know? But I have to go through and really double check the word count on Fatal Mechanism chapters and make sure I'm not doing anything crazy as I go through and cut all the words down. So, in other words, there's really no right answer. It depends on if you're looking at it from like a stylistic standpoint or I want to get into trad publishing standpoint. Spicy Sin Pie. I like your username, by the way. That's hilarious. Jokes on them. Cliffhangers every chapter. No, exactly. Well, and yes, absolutely. You do want to do that, actually. The whole novel. You want to really make sure that your readers want to keep turning the page, right? And that is a very important thing to consider. You have to. That would leave me on around chapter 5-ish. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and I mean, I just got through a novella. It was Chimera by Lena M. Johnson. I want to say that there were like 8 to 10-ish chapters-ish, sort of, in that thing. I'd have to go and look at Lena. Hold on, wait, where did I put Lena's book? Oh, I think it's in Jace's bag. I'll have to go look for it. I want to say it's like 8 to 10 chapters-ish, you know, and she was writing longer chapters because it is sci-fi and it is a more descriptive thing because you're doing a little bit of world building in a very short period of time. So, you know, long story short, there is no wrong answer. Some cliffhangers aren't as rife with tension, but I always end them on a note of suspense. Yeah, no, totally. And honestly, one of my favorite things that anybody has ever said to me, it's Stephanie Gillis. She wrote the Humane Society of Creatures, or for Creatures and Cryptids, QWERTY. She's in the stream a lot. She always ends her chapter with a question, a rhetorical, and it's not always an actual literal question, but it's going to leave the reader asking themselves something like, well, what's going to happen next? Or what does this mean? How does this apply? What's going on? And then the next chapter, the very beginning of it, to some degree, teases the answer to that question. So you're effectively leaving breadcrumbs from one chapter to another, so there's not always a point where, there's never a point where your reader will stop and go, okay, I don't have to pick this up ever again, and then they just abandon the book, which is never a good place to be. You don't want that. Yeah, breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs are great. We love breadcrumbs in here. So at the end part, I'm writing around, 7 to 8K words, split that up between 5 chapters. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Seems right. Yeah, that's about 1.6 or 1,500 to 1,600 words ish per section. Yeah, that's totally doable. And like, again, it's really a stylistic thing. And what's nuts is that over the last several decades, that length of chapter requirement has dramatically changed. Like if you look at the chapter lengths of adult novels in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, they are much longer than the books that have been released even within the last 10 years. And so reading trends are shifting, which for me, all that it indicates is that it's like, if you want to be trendy, you can follow the trends, but there's no real right answer. Art is art is art. And as long as you're not doing anything that's deliberately unreadable, you're pretty much good. Best advice I ever got was, a problem your characters can walk away from is a book your readers can put down. Damn right. I want that on a shirt. I want that on a poster. I need that. Scream that from the rooftops louder in the back. That is very, very true. Yeah, because otherwise you have no conflict, right? And of course, this is coming from I'm doing a developmental edit, which is why I'm like, we have this beautiful ambient background here on stream, but I'm doing a developmental edit for a client right now. And that's something that I constantly reiterate to all of my clients, is that like, you have to have conflict in every single scene. If a scene does not have some form of conflict in it, it does not serve the plot. And you can probably cut it, right? I had a professor last semester, or over the summer, not last semester, but over the summer, who had worked for Showtime, the TV network, for 20 years. And that was his entire mantra, was like, you need to trim the fat off. It's got to go. And conflict can look like anything. That can be two characters disagreeing with each other. That can be somebody spilling coffee on their shirt and it ruins their whole day. Right? Or it can be the overarching massive thing that the characters are facing throughout the entire novel, but you need to have continuously something going on that's challenging the way that the characters view themselves or view the world. Even in slice of life novels, like every person every day has something that derails their day, even just a little bit, right? And so what is that, right? You have to ask yourself that question. I did put a piece of foreshadowing in that I'm really proud of. Aw, yeah. I love that. But I'll introduce myself. I don't know if you've been in here before, Spicy Senpai, but my name's Tycho. I'm an award-winning author. I've published 9 books. I'm also a self-publishing consultant. I have a master's in publishing. We kind of just hang out in here on our writing days and do sprints where we work during the timer, and then we chat in between and have little breaks, answer questions about publishing, writing, talk about what we're working on, and all of that good stuff. But otherwise, we just kind of hang out. Yeah, I'm doing a developmental edit on a novel for a client right now, and then also screaming and trying to get a manuscript ready for an agent. But I write mostly fantasy. I love fantasy. Let me open up. I'll do this announcement again too. I actually have a book coming out tomorrow. It's 100% free to read for now while I enter it into some awards contests. This was the first one. This is Court of Snakes, This Desert Cage, and it's a political dystopian fantasy that has tarot card magic in it, and it deals a lot with like social issues in an isolated environment, in a post-apocalyptic environment, which is very fun. The sequel is coming out tomorrow, and that is the follow-up to that, which is a revolutionary novel. It's very like throwing Molotov cocktails, watching the system collapse in upon itself kind of content. So, if you are interested in checking that out, you can totally do so on my website. Both things are free, and if you go to my website and you click books and then Court of Snakes, you'll be able to get over here. And at the very minimum right now, check out the very first one over on Wattpad. Read it and vote on it, follow it, all that good stuff if that's something that you are interested in. But yeah, we just kind of hang out in here. We just vibe, you know? We just vibe. Vibe and scream. Oh, it really does not like this. It does not like this. That's fine. Currently working on my 16th book. Yes! That's what we like to hear. Never stop! Yeah. Right, everyone. All the time. I write military sci-fi. Ah, yeah, very nice. Yeah, military sci-fi is hard. I just read Chimera, like I was saying, by Lena M. Johnson. It's her debut novella, and it is a very subliminally military sci-fi. She's an indie author as well, and it's very much like Alien Isolation. So if you like that game, that's the vibe. It's just like I'm trapped on a ship, and this thing is slowly eating everyone. It's really bad. It's fun. It's scary. There's military ship. Everybody's dying. I dig it. I don't read a lot of sci-fi, but I respect it. I'm working on a sci-fi manuscript at the moment and have been screaming. Yeah, it does give Dead Space vibes. It's like if Dead Space met Alien Isolation met the Animorphs. you gotta read the novel to understand. Or the novella, truly, but if you're looking to support an indie author, I would highly recommend that brand new, beautiful, beautiful piece of fiction. I gave it a pretty solid, like 4.5 out of 10. But the main character is like a shifter, sort of. But they use genetic mutation to change their form and augment themselves to take on animal characteristics, and that's kind of isolated them in society. So it's very interesting stuff. And then she has to be the one to save everybody on the ship because this horrendous eldritch thing is trying to slowly, devour everybody alive. But, alright, well, let's jump into another sprint. Let's get going on that. So, if you want to stick around, Spicy, we're going to be working for 22 minutes, and vibing and hanging out. Oh, we just got to hydrate. Make sure everybody drinks water before we get into this next sprint. We're going to be working for 22 minutes. Stay focused, and then we'll pop back out and chat a little bit more after that. So I will see you all on the other side. We made it. That was a long sprint. How did everybody do? How did we do? I'm still not where I need to be, which is unfortunate. But we're making it happen, right? Oh, I should be in the writing category. I don't know why I'm not updated over here. I finished chapter 24. That's exciting. You are making huge amounts of progress on that. 300 more words down. That is also very good. Very nice. I'm eating dinner. I should probably actually get some oolong cheese here soon. I might on my next sprint. We'll see what happens. Nice. Halfway through the chapter I'm working on. That's very nice. Very nice. Sounds like everybody was really productive. I'm getting very close to hitting this halfway point here. Yeah, I'm trying to get to page like 125. And I'm on 96. So, not bad. It's just tough. The amount of fact-checking that's having to be done here is insane. Because I have to, like, make sure that I'm, like, up to date on, like, 1790s culture. Which is, I'm more of an expert in, like, late Victorian stuff. So this has been rough. Hi, Badrick. Welcome back. All I've had is a cupcake and some coffee. Yeah, I'm like a bagel and a cup of tea and a dream. That's the same. Also, yeah, welcome back, Badrick. How you doing? Rider, fuel. True. I had to research dog body language. What a mood. It's always so obscure. It's the most obscure shit. I'm like, why am I Googling this? The FBI agent that's looking at my computer is like, what are you doing? I hope dinner was good, Patrick. I don't know what I want to eat for lunch. It sucks because I was like so stressed out yesterday and so tired that like I just feel really gross. I have some like instant miso soup. I might just like heat that up. But then also too, I have the problem of being like, oh, I feel gross. Because I didn't have enough calories, you know what I mean? I'm like, not ready to do my art again. I'm so sorry, Badrick. If you need help at any point, you can share it into the Discord, into the critique corner, and we can try and help as much as we can. As a certified art professor, I'll do my best. I'll try. That's rough, though. I'm so done with life drawing classes, though. I'm glad that I don't have to do any more of those, because I swear, I'm so tired. I have a talking dog in this book, and I wanted to make sure his tail position and stance made sense for the scene. See, and that's doing your due diligence, y'all. Like, that's good, though. It's those little details that really do matter. I'm at the point in my book where I have to decide how much of an unreliable narrator Sheridan is. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, those kinds of details also make a huge difference as well. Yeah, that sounds fun. Yep. I wish I could talk more about this project, because it is very interesting, and I'm very blessed to have this this author trust me with a second book of theirs. I've already done one of their books. Oh, do you mind sending the Discord? Not at all. Badrick, definitely. There you go. There is the Discord. Anybody can join. We got like a critique corner. We got a writing share in there. Everybody's hanging out and being cool. Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, when you get into the Discord, you'll be sent to a page that's is the welcome or like the introductions channel. You can go into the pronoun selection channel, and there's like a couple of different options in there that you can just hit. And then as soon as you pick one of those reactions on that post, it'll let you into the rest of the server That way we can keep the bots out. No bots for us. No bots in here. I'm conflicted because while they may know a lot, I'm still figuring out how much of what they know is actually how it works, or just experience. Oh yeah, that's true too. I always love doing that to readers, where you just kind of like flip the script on them a little bit. We can keep the bots and 13-year-old out. See, I'm not as scared of the 13-year-olds sometimes. It depends on the 13-year-olds. If they're going in there to just send Momo memes, I don't need that shit in there. You know? Yeah, I had a conversation with I think they were probably like 13 or 14, a 14-year-old over the weekend at the con, you know, and they were very cool. And I did let them know about the Discord server. I don't know if their dad will let them in. Maybe they will. You know, but it's like, I like to have a safe space for everybody in here. And kids are okay, but kids have to know how to follow the rules, you know? So, yeah, let me know if you have any issues getting into that pronoun selection, Badrick. Because sometimes, like, I know I had, what was the guy's name? It's the guy that's in there that just joined yesterday. The last one in the welcome or the introductions channel, and he's much older than us, and so I had to be like, hit the reaction roll, and he's like, I'm a cowboy, baby, and I was like, no, sir, so I had to like assign the role to him, and it's like, that's okay, you're just old. That's fine. Yeah, feel free to share whatever you want, Jamie. That's totally up to you. I feel like the only way I'm able to get my writing out is to forget most grammar rules. Hubs fixes it for me later. That is very much the Mark Twain way of going about it, and it's 100% valid. He used to literally just put cuss words in places, and then, like, instead of, like, he knew that he had words that he would rely on too much, like the word very, like, he is very tall, or he was very upset, or she was very excited, and instead of the word very, he would just replace the word very with damn. And so then all of a sudden you'd have a manuscript that was like, the damn tall man looked over toward the damn excited woman, and then the editor would have to go out and just delete all the dams. So sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta do what you gotta do. I think I'm gonna go get chips and guac. I made guac yesterday, and it's like sitting in the fridge and turning brown and weird, so I'm probably gonna go and like eat it. Me and commas are not friends. Yeah, and honestly, well, what's weird is that comma rules change all the time. Like, when I was coming up, the correct thing to do was to include the Oxford comma. Even if you were writing casual work, like fiction work. And nowadays, they actually don't want you to use the Oxford comma. Like, I've gotten word back from Wattpad being like, hey, I need you to edit out Oxford commas. And it's like, okay, well, let me go back in and clean it up, you know? So now the rules change, point being, all the time. So all you can do is just, like, write and then, you know, go back and fix it later. That's the secret. But I'm going to go get some guacamole, and then I put sazon in it. It's so good. And then I'm going to just keep trying to plow. I got 30 pages left of this left. I feel like I'm doing pretty good. But I'm also like, I don't know. I'm actually doing pretty okay. I got it. I just got to keep up on it. All right, we got to hydrate. We had a self-care package as well. Or no, not a self-care package, not totally. But we did have a posture check earlier, so make sure you're sitting up straight. I have joined the Discord. I have to wait 5 minutes to chat in it. There you go. That way, we don't get flooded with the bots. Oh, yes, we did get a self-care special. So make sure you stretch. Make sure you sit up nice and straight. We're going to be doing a sprint for about 14 minutes now. Everyone that reads my writing eventually tells me that commas exist. And I'm like, I know. That's for the later times. Yeah, honestly. Well, that's why people have to understand that it's like there are things that are called draft zeros. That's what I call them. A lot of people are like, I'm finishing the first draft of my novel. And it's like, yes, totally. We can refer to it like that, but I prefer to call it a draft zero because that's exactly what you're talking about. It is the ugly word vomit stage. There has been zero cleanup on aisle 3 on the document, and it's just words on a page, and that's actually totally valid as well. In art, we call that the gesture. You lay down something that is 100% not taken seriously. It's not supposed to look like art. That is your foundation. and then you move forward from there, you know? I had to create a new account because I forgot my old password, so I think my old account is in the Discord also. Well, now you're here forever. Plot twist. Okay, hold on. I also gotta check something as well. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go get that guacamole and chips, and then I am going to start this sprint. So let's keep it rocking. We're doing really good today, y'all. So let's keep the productivity up, and I'll be back in about 14 minutes. Well, I'll pop in just to explain. Yeah, Badrick, so we got a couple of channels to share artwork in. If you want to share art and you don't want to critique on it, ArtShare is the right place. If it happens to be life drawing with any exposed body parts, that has to go in the NSFW Creations channel. Otherwise, Discord will flag it because it's a weenie. The third place that you can drop your art, if you would like critique on it, is the critique corner. And that's where you can ask specific questions about things that you're having trouble with, and then people can critique it. So let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to go. All right, I'm out. Bye. I disappear into the shadows now. Au revoir. Oh, Badrick, if you're back, I was just explaining the different art channels Let me know if you're still here, because I can totally explain. I got you. I can scroll and read this thing. I am willing to interrupt my sprint. I'm so sorry that this is happening to you. If you're still here, I just wanted to let you know that there are 3 different channels that you can share your artwork in if you want to. The first one is the art share, and that's just where you can just drop your work. People are asked in that channel to not like critique stuff in there. It's just a hype art. That's if it's like done or you don't want any feedback on it. If you are sharing anything that does like have like any like life drawing stuff in there, so that's like any nudity, even if it's just artistic nudity, Discord's a weirdo and they won't let you drop it anywhere else. So you can go ahead and put that in NSFW creations, and you can also ask for critique in there too, because that's just the way that goes. So NSFW creations for any kind of naked art, and then critique corner is where you can ask for critique. So that way you're not putting stuff somewhere and people are still like critiquing your work, right? But if there's things that you're explicitly looking for help on, the critique corner is a really good place to do that, and that applies to both art and writing as well. So let me know if that helps. Let me go ahead and double check and make sure that you do have your... You have not selected your roles yet, so make sure that you go into the pronoun selection channel and choose your role. Okay, cool. All right, all done with that sprint. I love being a developmental editor because I now know that the Tacoma Zoo and Aquarium offers $50 shark dives if anybody's in the Washington area and wants to go swim with some sharks. Okay. I shared the artwork. All right. First of all, Badrick, thank you for sharing your work and also for asking for a critique too, because that can be really hard. I think you're definitely on the right track. And honestly, doing these, like, they're like white on white drawings are really hard. Because you have to effectively look only exclusively for value, and that's all that you get, right? There's nothing. It's not even like you have a gray object on a white background that can help you separate that value. It's a white on white, which is really hard. My recommendation would be going and do it first would be to, as best as you can, because I think your cast shadows look really good. So I'm gonna start with what I think is working. Cast shadows looking good. Shape of the rope looking good. Like, you've laid down your line work, and it does look like it's supposed to, for sure. So the shape is accurate, the knots are accurate. So the observational skills do look good there. The cast shadows also look accurate as well, depending on the angle that you're kind of like looking at the object from, right? So that's a good place to start. You can always, of course, like lay down darks first to help you establish the base of your object, right? What I would recommend is, instead of going in with the rope texture like you've started to do, because the rope is relatively complicated, right? I would instead recommend looking like, or at the rope like it's just a tube, right? And then from there, if it's just a cylinder with no texture on it, shade in the shadows that will help establish the object as three-dimensional and in space, right? So that's going to be your mid-tone, and in this case, because the rope is white, that's harder to see. Your core shadow, if there is any reflected light in there, although on the rope I don't think that there will be a lot because it's not a very shiny material, and a highlight, right? You can achieve this by either using the tone of the paper to help, that's your highlight, is your brightest white, or you can erase away, right? Like shade everything a relatively like light-ish tone of gray and then erase away your highlights. Then at that point, you can tackle the texture, right? And then that'll help you make sure that your rope looks realistic and has the appropriate amount of shading on it before you go in and add in your texture. My second piece of advice about that rope. Oh, it actually is a shiny rope. Okay, so then there you go. So then you'll have maybe some reflected light on the shiny rope, right? So keep your eye out for that. That's like an added detail that'll really make it sparkle, but honestly, it'll read as a rope no matter what, right? Things to remember about the texture is that texture will always be darker and more prominent in shadow and will be less defined in light. And so on the highlights of your rope, just go in very lightly with that texture, maybe even erase out some of that texture so that way your object doesn't get overwhelmed with texture, if that makes sense, right? I always have that issue, especially when I'm working digitally, where I'll just lay down a flat texture over the whole thing, when in reality, I should be erasing away a little bit of that texture on that highlight. But I think you're off to a good start. I really do. And I like, your observational skills are obviously there. Rope is hard. Like anything with this level of texture is hard. So I do think you're going in the right place. It just needs a little bit more tweaking to continue to get it there. And definitely feel free to walk away from it and then come back and look at it some more, because like sometimes looking at it for too long can be like the worst. If you have time anyway before the assignment is due, you know. I don't know where the accusations of me being a medieval peasant came from. I'm having a perfectly normal lunch and not a chunk of meat, soup, and a trencher. Hey, Jamie, it is what it is, okay? We appreciate you and your medieval peasant nature. I don't know what I would do without that energy. I am sleepy and tired. Yeah, same. I need to get this thing edited and I don't wanna. Yes, I'm so sorry I haven't looked at that passage in the critique corner. Let me write that down. I'm gonna get a sticky note right fucking now. right now. Damn it. Okay, cool. Can you tell I've been all over the place? I have this pen, and this pen has a little Shiba Inu on it, and he's holding a piece of chicken, and the pen lights up and the Shiba Inu spins violently around. I don't know why I felt like I had to share that. It's due tomorrow. I'm so cooked. I think you can do it. So then my advice is work smarter, not harder. Don't worry so much about the detail. Focus on the actual core of the object first. For context, we just did an assignment in my digital painting class where I had students paint a cube, for example, just gray. Nothing on it, no textures, nothing. And then we added the textures on top of it using a photograph, right? The same method applies to traditional work. It just is a little bit different because you're doing it manually, right? So I think any amount of effort that you put in is going to be really good, and you are on the right track. But yeah, I'm really excited to look at your stuff, Blue Breeze. I'm very excited. I have to work it into my schedule. I start to get a little overwhelmed when all of a sudden all of my overdue tasks are like, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 10, 11, 12. So 11 now because I just checked one off, but like, good Jesus. Terrifying. I also love Medieval Peasant Meal. I'm eating literally chips and dip right now, so I can't say anything. Oh, that's nice. So if it's not finished, she'll just help me. Well, and I think if you explain, too, to the teacher, like, where the, where your roadblocks are, right? That's a very valid thing, especially because assignments like these, you're learning a technical skill, right? It's not like you're painting a painting or anything, right? That's supposed to be a finished piece. This is a study. This is to intentionally teach you how to mechanically be able to do something, right? But I absolutely agree. Having a 3D background and tackling objects like this, invaluable. And that's why a lot of visual development artists nowadays use programs like SketchUp and things like that to be able to create architecture and landscapes really quickly. Or I use DAZ 3D to be able to get anatomy quickly. You can visualize that object, even if you make it in like Maya, right? You can visualize that object in a 3D space, and then, yeah, isometric drawing fucking rocks. No, for real, seriously, it's true. Yeah, I've never done isometric drawings until like my last semester. So important for concept art. Yeah, it's way out of my depth. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, it is a little bit mechanical, right? It's a little bit technical. And that's all right. Okay, I only have 24 more pages left to go. We got another micro sprint. Boink. Yeah, definitely just take your time with it if you can. Get as far with it as you can. Because honestly, it is, like, as a teacher, I would label it as proficient. You know what I mean? I would give this, like, you're the right track, right? It's definitely not bad. I would not say that at all, for sure. Oh no, it dehydrated the bread instead of toasting. No. Oh. Yeah, it helps that my friend did not understand isometric at all, so I had to explain it like 50 times. I can't. You're like, please, I'm trying to help you. Okay, well, on that note, what I'll do, Blue Breeze, is if you're okay, would you like me to critique your writing on stream? Because that I can do while I'm sitting here and I actually have it in my fucking memory. Okay, cool. Okay, sweet. So that I'll do that. I'll do that. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do this micro sprint, and then the first thing that we'll have is when we come back is that little critique as well. So good luck everybody with a little bit of productivity. Let's rush through this very quick sprint, and then I'll see you all in just a bit. Hello, we did it. I feel like the developmental editing is like dragging yourself face first through gravel. It's the longest, hardest, most intense type of editing other than line editing. And I have succeeded in like 2 pages. And I'm like, why? This is so bad. How did everybody do? Started chapter 25. You are just like literally flying through it. What is the difference between regular editing and developmental editing? That's a really good question. So there's actually a bunch of different types of editing. The first is going to be the earliest stage of editing, and this is developmental editing, right? So developmental meaning it covers plot, it covers, let's see, what do I have on my little developmental editors list here? It covers characters, plot, world building, dialogue, and style. So if you're really unsure about how your story is going, or if the pacing is good, or if your dialogue sounds right, those kinds of things, it can be a really good time to throw your work at a developmental editor. So for example, what I'm doing on this particular piece is both, like a majority of my edits is both fact-checking historical accuracy, because there is some historical stuff going on in there. And then also too, the other major piece of this is a sensitivity read. Because I'm a transgender man, this book has a lot to do with transgender issues. The person who is writing it is transgender, or maybe as far as I am aware, identifies as non-binary, but is not a trans man. So I have to go through and make sure all of those plot pieces too function, right? And that's kind of how that works. And then there are 3 other types of editing, or really like 2 other types of editing, at least for me, that I like to delineate between. And like, honestly, it's kind of, some of them are more obvious than others. And I'll open my little, let me look at my little self-pub services here, because I have this thing written down somewhere. Line editing is the next type of editing. And this is going to be where you go through and you really refine down the style. So this is going to be breaking apart your grammar, stylistic refinement, precise language and vocabulary. It does touch a little bit on grammar and punctuation, but it's mostly making sure that every single word that you have on the page is intentional and needs to be there. So that's going line by line. It's very intensive. That is the most expensive and intensive form of editing. And then I kind of lump copy editing and proof editing into the same thing. That's like the most simple type of editing. It's literally just looking for typos. You do proof editing at the very end of your novel writing process, and that's just going through a book and making sure that you don't accidentally do what I do, which is spell half of your words in the British English spelling and then the other half in the American English spelling because your brain is cheese. Like, I don't know. I don't know why I'm like this. I blame IB somehow. But those are the 3 different main types of editing anyway. I finished shoving food in my face. I love it. I sat here scrolling Tumblr. I hope that it was cathartic. I hope you found some funny memes. I think I'll go to bed soon. I'll get up early tomorrow. For now, I never want to see that goddamn piece of rope again. Yes, definitely take a break. That will also actually refresh your brain. Looking away from your artwork is one of the best ways that you can actually improve it. So definitely, yeah, take a break. I hope that you are feeling a little bit better about it tomorrow. Cheese. Yeah, true. I do love myself some cheese. I do the same thing. Yeah, see, I don't know why I'm like that. Yeah, it's always traveling with 2 L's for me. I read a lot of British authors and classical fiction, so that's what happened to me. I blame Bridgestone and Downton Abbey. Look, we all got touched somehow by England, and I don't know how it happened. Oh, Bridgerton. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah, mine is a lot of Bram Stoker, Jules Verne, Robert Louis Stevenson. No, American English traveling doesn't have two L's. I get got by it every single time I write, and I'm so mad. Yeah, and honestly, to be quite frank, I prefer the British English spellings of things because they make more fucking sense. So, American English sucks. That's just all I have to say about that. Legitimately. Okay. We're currently in an ad. I always forget. Let me go and double check. Oh my goodness. Hydrate. I think I'm out of tea now. Almost. Almost. I'm going to finish this up and then get another steep of it, I think. Blueberries, are you trapped in an ad right now? I want to make sure that I don't do that shit. Yeah, I don't want to do it if you're stuck in an ad. Because I see Jamie. Oh yeah, no, you are subbed. Okay, cool. Awesome. I love it that you're not trapped in an ad. Okay, let me open up your thingy. All right. Okay, so ignoring a grammar. Let me see. I think it could be better. All right, let's see. Okay. So we got dropping to my knees. I put my body over hers, my sword raised. Touch her again and die. The golden cougars stumbled aimlessly. I kept both in my vision, drunken rage boiling from me, washing over them, vines exploding from the asphalt, wrapping each cat, squeezing tighter and tighter, until both cats fell limp, the vine withering and dying as I looked down at the blood spilling from Meadow. Her yellow shirt shifting colors from golden red to 3 jagged claw marks across her chest. Lifting my hand to grab her face, trembling at the blood on my hand, her blood on my hands. I took her face in my hands, patting her gently. Meadow, can you hear me? Okay. I think this is a really good start. Your language is very descriptive, so that's cool. And, yeah, grammar issues aside, I think as soon as, it gets a good grammar pass, that's going to help clarify a lot of, how the sentences flow into each other. It's very poetic. And I think if you're looking to check out an author's work that might provide some interesting inspiration for the segment, you can always look at the work of Salman Rushdie. He wrote a book called Midnight's Children, and his work also tends to be a little poetic like that. It's very visual and very descriptive, which I love to death. Yeah, I think the pacing is fine. And I'm trying to think about what I'm looking at it and I'm like, what would I do if I were to change anything here? I'm reading over it again. I think you could maybe describe in a little bit more clarity how much blood she's losing, because I know some readers can be very particular about that kind of thing. Like if you have a person, a character, for example, just gushing blood, a reader might be like, okay, well, how is she not dead? You know what I mean? Like, is she okay? So making it clear that she's like, yes, she's bleeding. This is a very bad situation, but this is not like enough blood to fill a bathtub kind of a situation. That might be something to consider here. And you can always, too, describe what, and I'm sure you might have this earlier on in the book as well, what Ace's magic looks like to him from his perspective. Like if we were to put VR goggles on our head and look at what Ace is looking at through his eyes, what does that magic look like, right? Like, does it change the colors of his vision? Do things swim a little bit? Because when you get drunk, you kind of have that, like, weird, everything kind of warps and swims a little bit, and you can't really, like, get your footing. and that kind of stuff could like radiate, you know, as like an aura, right, from him, and you can describe what that looks like in his vision. Is there a color associated with it? Does it change the color of the animals in front of him? Like, for example, in Dumbo, there's like an entire pink elephant sequence because the phrase pink elephant was used to describe drunkenness. You were so drunk you'd see pink elephants, right? You're literally actively hallucinating. So is there a color associated with that? That could be something that's kind of interesting, you know? Give a little bit more description to it. But honestly, yeah, I feel like this is very poetic and very it's got some nice description to it as well. And most importantly, everything is driven by action here, and so your descriptions are not reliant. It's not just info dumpy, right? It's not just like her shirt was yellow, now it's red. The cats are dead. Vine strangled the cats. You know what I mean? Where it can be kind of like, these are things that are happening. You took a lot of attention to making sure that we're seeing things how they're happening from Ace's perspective, and that's really, really important. So, he made the Nemean mountain lions drunk before they died. Rip. Yeah, and so I would say you could do some work to make that clear, right? Like, maybe make a note that it's like Ace could have one line, right? Just a very simple line. It's like about the blood, you know. It's her yellow shirt shifting colors from golden red to 3 jagged claw marks across her chest. If she had been mortal, she would already be dead. Right? One sentence. And then that'll clarify to your readers, oh, that's a lot of blood. You know what I mean? Like, that's intense. And then it further pushes the idea that, yes, this is really bad. Like, it's really, really bad. But yeah, maybe just a couple things there, you know, to really reinforce your lore. But it's great. Yeah, very descriptive. I like it. Also, rip those lions. But, you know, maybe don't eat people. Don't do that. Has anyone read 1984? No, I haven't yet. That's on my list of books to read, though. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, though. I like classics. Some of them are kind of funky. Like J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan is freaky as hell. But it's kind of fun to read because it's like, I don't know. It is a thing. That's all I got to say about Peter Pan. But let me go ahead and shake this thing. Shake. Okay, we got a little bit of a longer sprint here. Okay. Okay. It was low-key traumatizing, but it was so good, honestly, as it should be. Any good book should be low-key traumatizing. Does that make sense? Alright, cool. Well, thanks for being kind to each other, y'all, and giving each other really good constructive feedback. I love that. It's really nice to see that everybody is very respectful and helpful, so thank you for being so awesome. I'm going to continue to jump back into this thing. God, I have 20-something pages to go. Okay, I believe in me. Okay, here we go. We're going to do it. Let's go. Keep being productive. I got to keep the thing going. Oh, I forgot to mute. I'm just gonna lick all the guacamoles and then type viciously. Thanks, Cal. Bye, Badrick. See you later. Alright, all done. Tatsu has come to apologize for throwing up on my head. Giving him little kisses. He seems to be doing okay. How did everybody do? I'm at page 112 now, so that was actually a good chunk. Oh, Mr. Man, you're so sweet. I love you. Also, thanks for helping each other out in chat. Yeah, for context on like what, you know, working on Blue Breeze's stuff was like, that technically is line editing, right? So going through and looking at each sentence, deciding which words or which vocabulary is going to be more powerful, that's line editing. So it can be pretty fun. Yeah, doing a little bit of line editing can help a lot. But having somebody who most importantly knows your style and like what kind of vibe you're trying to get across is really, really important because everybody's style is so different. And so you got to find the right line editor who's not trying to like, I guess, you know, change the document to be something that's like their style. Which is why, you know, whenever you get edits, obviously, from like, even from a professional editor, you can just say, no, I don't care, and I'm not implementing this edit. Because sometimes the editor is not always right. Sometimes they are, but not always. Nice. Afternoon writing time. Let's go. I'm writing or editing a fanfic and sprucing the thing up before I post it. Nice. Can't have any weird typos in there. That wouldn't do it. That wouldn't do it all. Okay. I'm also fixing the wording and shit. Oh yeah, you gotta kill it. You gotta kill it. Flinches in 2010's Tumblr. True. Oh my god, this song. Living people eat dead mushrooms. Mushrooms eat dead people. I mean, valid. I'm just a little mushroom lady. I vibe. I dig it. I like it. Any songs about mushrooms are good songs, you know what I'm saying? Bwamp. Alright. I think I might need to kill a darling, but the element has like one scene where it's really important. It has been hard to use in other places. Yeah, and sometimes the secret is just trimming it down a little bit. You know what I mean? And who knows? You know, maybe because the question really is, at least in my opinion, is if the thing slows the scene down so bad that it's like, oh god, this is like getting whiplash a little bit. It's pulling the reader out of the scene. But sometimes it's like, it's not necessarily so bad, you know? Star joined the Discord! Star's the fucking best, by the way. Fuck yeah, Star. Okay, that's exciting. That makes me very happy. Okay. Mushroom dance. Mushroom dance. Whatever could it mean? It means you've lived a life of sin. Yeah, yes, correct. Okay, there's other guacamole in here, but I don't want it anymore. It's fine. The guacamole can hang out here. I'm pretty sure Tatsu wants this munchie. So I'm gonna go put away this rest of this guacamole. That's all I gotta say. And then I'm gonna go feed him his food. And then we're gonna try and figure out if I can get through like 20 or like 10 pages ish. Of this fucking document. It's Meadow's dog, Wavepool, which is a gift from Poseidon, and it shows how much he cares, but it's hard to use a lot of other places. I see, yeah. Yeah, because maybe the secret really is just trimming it so that it's just a little bit shorter. That way, if you have to include it, it's not like such an intense stop in the middle of the work. You know what I'm saying? So, true. And then also, too, reading aloud your work can help you catch those things. Like, if you're reading your thing aloud and then you stop and you're like, that seems like, I don't know, like, it made me pause. That might be a little weird. Go back, rework it a little bit, read it aloud again, just try and feel the flow of it. Does anyone have a good way to annotate empathetic telepathy? Maybe you could put in your work in italics, because like thoughts are denoted by italics, right? So put the thing in italics, and instead of writing the thought out linearly, like whatever the person's thinking, have it describe the feeling that the person is now feeling. Because then that puts it in the thought space. The audience, the reader can see that it's like, yes, this is different than classic narration. This is something different. And it's very strange. And then it's describing feelings, and I think that they'll pick up on it. If it was me, that's how I would handle it. I probably, if I was reading it, would understand what you meant. I need to find a way that he doesn't follow her everywhere. Maybe he can't leave the beach. Rip. Yeah, I mean, that's a good solution. That ain't a bad solution. It's like Moana's little wave friend. It's like, sorry, buddy, you gotta stay over here. Okay, I'm gonna start this next sprint, feed this cat because he's being so patient, and I will be right back. Alright, back again. Tatsu has been fed. I am 5 pages away. I am almost free. How did everybody do? My back is broken. I'm so crusty. Oh yeah, sometimes that's really the way that it goes. It's a lot of like staring at your document and then oh. Ah yes, want to make sure I don't repeat words too many times. Samesies though. What a time to be alive. True. Absolutely true. Still working through 25. Meadows just waking up in the hospital. Yeah, mood. She's like, my back's broken. I'm anger. I got the anger. What do you mean I was bleeding? Oh yeah, that's valid. No, I understand that, Jamie. Yeah, for me, it's like I'm watching a movie, and so I'm waiting for my brain to, as the camera, do what it needs to do and move through the scene cinematographically. So if I don't know where to move the camera, I don't know where to move it next. So it's a matter of waiting until that readjusts. Yeah, you're just like directing a movie and you're just like, wee! Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, no, the VR goggles are strapped to your face and it's just shit's happening to you. Yeah, no, totally. I agree. It's an interesting experience. Tatsu, why are you over sitting in the corner of shame on top of the massage table cover? You have a perfectly good. Yeah, that I'm talking to you. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was gonna say you have a perfectly good pile of pillows. You don't have to sit in the shame corner. I love how I literally started judging it for it, and then he got up and he moved over to a blanket like a normal cat. He understands me. I'm pretty sure he understands English. Like, I know people joke about that, and they're like, you can't talk to your cat. And I'm like, no, I think he has a pretty good understanding of the English language. Okay. Oh, my brain is soup. God, going from these con weekends to having to work one right after the other is insanely difficult. So hard. Would not recommend it. So theoretically, this fic would have 2 chapters. Was going to make it a one-shot, but 2 feels more right. Yeah, sometimes that's the way it goes, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. There are plenty of short stories out there that just have 2 chapters. Instead of just like one big thing. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Morton. Nothing wrong with that. Gears of War. That's so specific. I love it. Aha! Cal's just like, take it! Take it! I have never played Gears of War. Okay. Oh, God, I just want to be done. I just want to be done. Okay, after this sprint, I got to keep my fucking head up. After this sprint, I will probably be done with this section. God, having to teach people that things are racist is really difficult. Y'all, why? Why? That's all I have to say. We live in 2024. I just don't know why people are like this. It's just proof that language sucks. Like, certain turns of phrase just stick in people's, for like, dictionaries, vernacular, and then they can't get rid of it. The phrase that this author used, there were 2 characters having a kind of hush-hush conversation. It was like a more secretive conversation. And another character approached them and said, "Hey, what's this now, a powwow?" Indicating that somehow the the conversation, he was perceiving it as being, kind of hush hush behind closed doors, like shouldn't be happening, and that is definitely not a good phrase to use. I've never personally heard anybody use that in that way, but it's definitely like, please don't do that. It's similar to like using phrases like, this guy got shanghaied and then was taken to an unknown location. The term to Shanghai used to refer to the act of abduction or kidnapping. And for whatever reason, it's explicitly associated with Chinese people, and I'm not really sure the history behind that. I think that there were a lot of like mob kidnappings that were happening in specific areas of the United States that were, I think, in like Chinatowns and things like that. So yes, like I can understand why people would do that, but it's like, this is racist. Like, don't do that. All right, well, on that fucking note, I'm gonna go reheat some tea. I'm having more of the chestnut tea. And I'm gonna keep going. I'm on page 121 out of 125. I really should do like 4 more pages. So let's see if we can get through this sprint and make this happen. So thank you for sticking with me, all. This is rough. And then I'm gonna switch over to work, and then we're gonna do some. Well, I don't know. I want to do some failed mechanisms editing, I think, is how this is going to go. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I might end stream after this to go and do my regular day job and then bounce back and forth. And then tomorrow we can pick up more on editing. And I'll do an early morning stream before I have to go to the Social Security office with Jace. So, yes. All right. So let's go. Let's get it. We got it. We got it. We got it. All right. That was it. I managed to get to the page that I needed to get to. And that's all that matters. I got more tea. And things are looking a little bit better. Looks like I'm kind of caught up a little bit, sort of, maybe. So, how did everybody do? That's going to be my first question. $300 more words, hooray! I think I'm about halfway point with chapter 25. I really love these sprints. They're super helpful. I'm glad that they're helpful. Well, I'm like, I wanted to ask y'all, if you want me to continue to stay on, I don't mind at all. Because, like, I definitely don't want this to be boring, because I recognize a lot of people probably jump in here and they're like, oh, I'm seeing this, like, you know, like, screensaver, and there's, like, nothing going on in here. But if y'all are having a nice, productive time, I can continue to stay. I was going to jump off because I'm going to do, like, grading and stuff. But that keeps me motivated, and I'm down. I'm down for it. I like the sprints. Yeah, I feel like we're all being very, very productive here. So I'm cool with that. Yeah, please, feel free to always, always share your work. I gotta do attendance for my class. I'm fine. Street Fighter. Okay, that's fair. I've been sitting in this chair for a really long time. Okay, let me get out now that I entered attendance. Oh, my body. My little old man body. Alright, that's fine. Oh, man. I did it! Oh, my little arms. If anybody else wants to do some stretches, some squats, feel free to do so. If you're in a chair, get up, stretch around. If you can stand up and stretch your legs a little bit, do that, definitely. Oh. The first chapter is up. You are fucking iconic. Cool. Yeah, we can, yeah, then let's just keep going. I'm down. I'm down. I love all the interactivity that some kids have in this class. This is great. Stretch! Everybody stretch! Nice big stretch. Oh, okay, let me go see what Jamie shared. Let's see, Faye dropped in the chat. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna read it real fast. Oh, this is good, Jamie. Oh, we had a self-care special. Also, hydrate, posture check, make sure you're not shrimping. Let's see. Yeah, I love this, Jamie. Your prose is so descriptive. It's like the benefit of being a poet first, you know? And I can really see that in your work. I like that a lot. Yeah, it helps me to be more productive and feels like body doubling. Yes, yeah, that's definitely the whole vibe for sure. I agree. Totally agree. Yeah, I think that worked really, really well. It's hard, like hard sections like that. Feel bad. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. Being a teacher is rough, y'all. I don't know what the fuck's going on. 27% of the time, I'm like, this is fine. And then, like, the rest of the time, I'm like, oh god, this is something. Okay, cool. This one's a little bit of a chunkier sprint. I respect teachers, could not be me, right? And I'm gonna, effectively, after I graduate, I'm gonna be applying for another job at another school. I already have to have a conversation with my department head about, like, not coming in and teaching physical classes because I legitimately don't feel safe. So now I have to find adjunct work at other schools, and I think AAU is going to be the right one. I just got to keep my head on straight and in like on the horizon and let them, know that, like, my experience working for this school in an online program, that I'm going to be like, yeah, it's effectively the exact same thing, but instead of Brightspace, we use a different LMS, and it's like, bing, bang, boom, just like easy. It'll be okay, and then I'll get the job, and then it will be fine. And then I can teach in New Zealand. And it will be fine. All will be well. And then I can maybe quit my job at Terraforma as well. Like, I don't know, that'd be cool. If I didn't have to do data entry anymore. And then I'd be making double the amount of money. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Man, some of these students really go above and beyond. Honestly, if you are ever a student, or if you're in a situation where you really do go above and beyond and you give other students good critiques, or if you're ever in an art environment and you give other people good critiques, thank you. Because, like, it really does help a lot for these classes, or like any artistic pursuit, and I appreciate you from a teacher. Ooh, also, Blueberries, the line that you shared in the writing share just now is good. Love it. Love it! Yeah, definitely feel free to get up and stretch if you need to. Yeah, nice. I'm so confused. I think this one student has just disappeared. Okay. All right, well, let's get started on another sprint then, so that way we can be productive. I'm just going to sit over here and continue to grade kind of vibe, and I do have to make an announcement for my students, so we'll see. I should be able to do that just fine. If I do turn off the music periodically, that's why, because I need to be able to double check that the announcement didn't have any music in it. I don't think that it will, but I may end up turning off the music for just a little bit, like 5-10 minutes, while I record an announcement. So if it goes freaky silent, I'm not dead. It's just I gotta record a video. So let's go ahead and get started, and then yeah. Oh, Ruby was Ace's friends with benefits at the beginning of the book. For context, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. That's all I gotta say. Damn, that's intense. I can't wait to read your work, Blue Breeze. It's gonna be so good. Cool. Okay, well, let's get started. Let's hit this 19-minute sprint, and we'll keep it up. Let's go. We got it. All right, that's another sprint down. How did everybody do? I graded some discussion posts and I took attendance. Way. We're here. Yum, tortilla soup, yum. That sounds good. I fell asleep at my desk. Honestly, sometimes all you need is a nap. And that's okay. I wrote 204 words. Now that's what we call progress. Not much. I was mostly just grading and hanging out. We all were working hard. That was good. Switched over to my Nathan Lamb, gonna zone in and never stop functioning playlist. I'm gonna try and not be too hard on myself and grade like a crazy person during all of this. I should be good. Like, honestly, if I handle covering like a fourth of this editing every week, that'll be great. Well, I forgot that technically what is going on Saturday? I have a book event from noon to 2 on Saturday. I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, no, we're just hanging out. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't really want to grade, but I have to. And then I have to do Terraforma stuff, which I'll apparently be doing until literally 8:45 tonight. We'll see. I might just call it and be like, nope, sorry, we're stopping at 7 p.m. And what I get done, and that's just like the way that it goes. And that's all that I can ask. Which is not bad. Yep, welcome to being somebody who works 3 jobs. Yeah, 3 jobs and goes to school. And I haven't even started school yet. School starts on Wednesday. Welcome to the American hellscape. Woo! Phew! But I really needed to get through that developmental editing today, so I feel a lot better about that. It's a better place to be. Start screaming. Yeah, right. Totally. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Yeah. True. It's super dramatic. Like, true. True. think I'm going to try and convince Jace that we need to go to the gym tomorrow after his Social Security appointment. Officially, tomorrow, Jace and I become real married husbands. And by that, I mean his last name officially becomes Dwellis tomorrow, so that's crazy. Yeah, take a nap if you need to. For sure. I'm starting to get into that slump, too. I've had to bust out my second cup of black tea because... Lord. Honestly, sometimes you just gotta have that moment in your brain. Totally. Hydrate. Everybody drink water, tea, coffee. All that good stuff. Don't be crusty. It was literally so dry here in Colorado over the whole weekend. And it was really bad. We were so crusty. Oh, what's tomorrow? Oh, Jace is actually going to the Social Security office tomorrow to complete the process for filing for his marriage name change. So now we get to be real husbands. So then we get to do all of our passport stuff and yada, yada, yada. He gets to update his driver's license, you know, all of that good shit. So pretty good. And then we have to go to the gym. The end. And I'm very excited to get my passport and then flee. I'll hop back on when I wake up if you're still here. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll be going probably till like 7 p.m., no joke. So, have a good nap. Oh, nice. Hubs and I are planning on doing that this week, too. Very nice, very nice. It's been a couple years, so we are behind. Honestly, name changes are silly. But I'm glad that at least if you get married, they make it kind of easy to do that. You know, it's like if you have one partner taking the other partner's name, it's like not as bad. We were gonna both change our name to be a brand new last name, but then Jace was like, I'm so lazy. It's like, yeah, that's understandable. I get it. But all right, well let's go do another sprinty. I'm supposed to be grading until I think like 5 p.m. So I got about 30 minutes left of that ish. So let me get that going, and we'll see how far we get. Good luck. We got this. Alrighty, we did it. How did everybody do? Hopefully very well. I got through a little bit of grading, and that's really what matters. Fortunately, I don't have like a million assignments to grade this time. Next week is even better. Next week, instead of 3 exercises, we went from 2 exercises the first week to 3 assignments the second week to 2 assignments this week, and then next week is 1 assignment. I'm like, thank God. That saves me a little bit of time. Pretty gross. Slowing down a bit on the writing, hands starting to ache. True. Sometimes I'll get to that stage and then my brain becomes soup. And then my back starts to hurt because I'm like in the chair for too long. And it's like, oh good. But that's okay. Honestly, we've been working for like 5 hours straight? I mean, God, I started at... Well, no, longer than that. Because I started at... I think like 11:30. 5.5 hours. You know, so we're like definitely well past a part-time workday on this for sure. Me too. This is on my Nathan Lamb playlist. He had a really bad relationship with his dad. I can't wait to write his book. I'm fucking so stoked for that shit. Parents ain't always right. I found all of my assets for... Oh, Callahan, I didn't tell you. I found literally all of the party error assets. And that includes some stuff that I drew of like Nathan and shit that I thought that I had lost. But it was actually in my Gmail from like before I transitioned, and I found that shit. I thought it was dead. Let me see where it is. Oh man, I got a lot of shit in here. Hapa Spa. Oh yeah, I have literally all of the... Oh damn, thank God. I have all the assets in here. Damn, okay, so no, we're gonna go on a fucking journey. Hold on, no, we're going on a journey. So check this out. I played this character. His name is Jono. Jace drew this. He's very cute. Yeah, we have so many... I have so many assets in here. This is Beetle. This was Jace's character. This cat could levitate and would pee on people to confuse them. And make them angry. It was terrifying. I liked Beetle. But let's see. Yeah, wowee. Yeah, so these are all the old assets. I'm so glad I still have access to these. Good to know that I didn't, like, they didn't get nuked. Oh yeah, there was that one time Hyunjin was tied to the chair. It was important. Yeah, I have literally everybody's assets. But yeah, this is Nathan's asshole of a dad. Just in case you wanted to know. I didn't know where this asset went. I think I have the backup, the original file somewhere on another computer. But yeah, just in case you were fucking curious. I think I have his mom in here somewhere too. Where the fuck is Camilla? There's the mom. There's mom. That's Camilla. She does a lot of coke. Don't tell anybody that though. She's fine. She's nice. She's just married to a literal nightmare. And then this is literally my favorite asset of Faraday. This is it. This is the best Faraday asset in the whole game. Best one. I love his little poop unicorn tank top. She's zooted. Yeah, no, yeah, true. Both of them. No, honestly, both of them do coke. That's why Nathan doesn't talk to them anymore. True. But I love my little fucking rainbow man, Faraday Ford, so fucking much. He's so dumb. See, I love how this is just labeled secret dick cheese. I can't. Yep. So I'm glad that all of these are still here. But, alas. So, I'm very glad. I'm glad that I still have all of these images, these assets in here. So, point being, I found them. Yeah, Secret Dick Cheese. Yeah, he was a guest character played by Nate, who also is the same guy who played fucking Clarkloff. So he showed up, he kicked the shit out of Ed, and then he left, and that was pretty much that was his entire guest feature. He was actually really pretty critical in getting like some stuff to help the party move forward. So he ended up being great. But yes, Nate is fucking fantastic, and I will literally play tabletop games with him until the end of time. I love him. He's wonderful. Okay, how are we feeling about more sprinties? Do we want to keep going, or do we want to call it? Are we stopping? Oh yeah, Nate plays unhinged characters only in my group. Only. When he plays with other people, he plays more normal characters, but he knows that in our groups he can get away with it. And so he chooses to play the weirdest shit humanly possible. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's very important. I mean, for context, this man showed up to a Halloween party at my house just literally dressed as Walter White from the very first episode of Breaking Bad. So, in other words, he was only in a pair of underwear. Like tidy whities. And then he had a bottle of Kahlua that he had changed the word rum to be spelled cum. And that's just his normal MO. I feel like that's just his mode of existence. So the fact that he's normal around other people, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He's great. So. It is what it is. It is what it is. So, here we are. Okay, well, if you want more sprints, even if it's just me and you, I'm gonna hang out. That sounds like a good plan. I gotta check my email now, and all of that other stuff. Maybe do some Blue Sky social media stuff, and then it's on to Terraforma, and then trying to catch up on a bunch of shit. So, all right, it's just us. We got it. It's us. We're here. We're gonna do it. So, cool. All right, let me roll. I realize I'm like, well, how many sprintsies we doing? It's like, I didn't even roll the dice. Oh, wow, this is a super short sprint as well again. All right. Just enough time to maybe do some email stuff. So let's go. We got it. Here we go. All right, we are all done. How did it go? That was a short sprint. Woo! Oh, whoa! Whoa! I wasn't expecting that. Whoop! Whoa, holy shit. Oh my god, this mix is fucking insane. Oh, I've never felt so alive. Holy shit. Oh my god. Wow. Whew. Whew. I'm okay. I'm eating a sour gummy worm and suddenly I feel very alive. Twitch chat the bed for me. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yo, almost at 1,000 words for chapter 25. It's happening. It's happening. That's very good. I love it. Okay, let me double check that this shit is alive. I have only effectively replied to a couple of emails, so that's not great. I have so many emails that I need to get through. God, running your own fucking shit as an independent author is so hard, y'all. Oh my god. I like screaming. I have so many author events and shit, and I'm like, good god, I'm just yelling and running around and screaming. That's legitimately what's going on right now. Holy lord. Okay. Oh, and then I also have an event on the 6th. I can't forget to put this one in either. Oh, I did. Okay, hell yeah. The way the story's going, this draft will most likely be like 35, 37 chapter range. Might be more. Very nice. Yeah, that's kind of where King of Dust sits, is around that like 38 chapter mark. Shorter chapters. Are the author events at least enjoyable? As I'm like fucking staring at an email. You know, it really depends on the author event, because sometimes, like the convention over the weekend, for example, you do the math and it breaks down to like, I sat there for 3 days, right? And for the hours that I was there, I made like $5 an hour. Like if I was like paying myself as like an employee, you know, I made like $5 an hour, and that can be kind of rough, you know? So if you start looking at it from a money standpoint, it's like there's no money to be had here, right? If that makes sense. But like, as a solo event, if we're talking about like solo events exclusively, it really depends on who shows up, who the venue is, and whether or not people actually do show up. That's huge, because I've had individual author events so far where it was fun because the venue was really kind, and they've like, you know, people occasionally will filter in, one person will buy something, you know, and then it kind of makes it worth it because the event's free and it's like, this is nice. But I did another author event where they legit just put me in the basement, and I was so thankful for people like Hey You, and I know Jamie showed up, and others who came, like my parents came, you know, like, and if they hadn't come, I legitimately would have been alone in a basement where nobody knew that I was there, and people came down to just kind of awkwardly look around and then leave. So that can feel like talking to an empty room, and it's like, oh, that's rough. So it's always like a toss-up. You never know if they're going to be like awful. So some of them were the event, they're very clear about, yes, this is what we will do to support you. This is how we get people into our venues. I'm finding that those events are much better. And so some of these are kind of trial and error, and I've never done these venues before. So I'll have to like make notes, you know, like this venue didn't really market and I didn't really like them. So now I have to write them off the list. But like for the most part, if people are there, I have a great time. As long as people are willing to chat with me and they want to hang out, you know, I'm good. I'm good to go. Okay, cool. But otherwise, really is a toss-up. It is what it is, you know? So, doing them, sometimes important because you never know who's going to be there and you never know who's going to show up. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Would it be weird to have a chapter that starts by going back in the story a bit and then jumps forward a bit? That's a good question. I think it depends on how you do it, right? Because I'm like, I know, for example, I had an instructor who was then, you know, granted, this guy was like a film instructor, so he was writing 4 movies, but he fucking hated flashbacks. Hated them with a burning fucking passion. He was like, if you have a flashback in your script, I'm going to tell you to fucking cut it. And he was like, you certainly can't have your entire thing be flashbacks, which is obviously not the case here, right? But he doesn't like them, and the reason he didn't like them is because oftentimes the information can be given in another way. But if you're doing POV switches and things like that, I think that that's a valid reason for you to need to backtrack a little bit and then move forward a little bit, if that makes sense, right? So if it's not a flashback, I think you're in a good spot. But yeah, it like, yes, I agree with Callahan, like what is being shown, and then you can ask yourself, can that be shown in another way, or is this the only way that it very likely will do that? Okay, 2 POVs. Okay. Yeah, so then that would make sense, especially if it's not like, I don't know, like too far back, you know? But you can always give it to somebody else too after you write it, and then see if anybody else goes, oh, that was weird. That was a weird way to do that. You know, especially if you give them an earlier draft, and see for yourself if that is weird, you know? want to have the next chapter be Ace, and I want to cover some things while she's asleep, and then jump to her getting the bandages off, because otherwise it's a lot of boring hospital. Oh yeah, and then in my opinion, do the jump. Yeah, do the jump. Because then that'll prevent, I totally agree, that'll prevent some really weird, like, dead air. Yeah, totally. And especially if what you're doing is to prevent dead air. Oh yeah, that's the good shit. Cool. All right. Goodbye, Kofi customer support. Yes, thank you. I am broken. I'm just trying to get through the fucking emails. Come on now. What's going on with Kofi? Oh, so they experienced a very weird bug, apparently, that I found, where you actually couldn't download JPEGs from messages because of an update that they put forward, which is interesting. And so that resulted in you not being able to download JPEGs, but only from the Google Chrome browser. So if you were doing it in Edge or in in Firefox, if you were doing it in Firefox, you were fine. But if you were doing it in any other browser, it wasn't working. I don't know if Safari would work, but for sure Firefox was cool, but Google Chrome didn't work and Edge didn't work. So they were like, "Oh, that's weird," and then we had to work through it. So that's pretty good. Okay, I gotta rejoin the Wattpad Discord. Oh, invalid invite. That's weird. Okay, cool. We do not respond. Oh, program communication only. Oh, okay. Actually, just kidding. Cancel that. Cancel that. I'm glad I read the email. Oh, okay, so now I have to go to Oracle. I just want to be in the Discord. That's fine. It's fine. Okay, I need to focus. All right, so let's go back and let's do, I guess I'm not going to do, I don't know. Do I want to do blue sky shit today? Probably not. My brain is slowly fucking turning to mush, and that's okay. Okay, yeah, because it's mostly just her in bed until she's strong enough to get back up, and that's boring. Yeah, totally. The jump back is because he's mad at her horse for not helping her in the fight, but also only children of Poseidon can talk to horses, and so he doesn't know until after she wakes up, and so, yeah, it's a little jumpy. Yeah, honestly, if it's got to be the way that it is, that's the way that it goes sometimes. Okay, so I guess I have to submit a request. Gross. Okay, so I'm gonna actually, because I'm like fucking submitting support requests and shit, if we want, we can get into another sprint. I'm gonna try and get started on my actual day job now that it's the end of the day. By God. And see if I can make some actual money today. And bounce back and forth between shit. So let's keep going. This is truly going to be the longest fucking stream of all time. Truly. Okay, see you later, Blue Breeze. It was awesome seeing you today. Good job on all of the productive work that you did. Seriously, that was like crazy. Okay. All right, Cal, it's me and you. Let's fucking go. Okay. I'll see you in like 18 minutes. All right, we did it. Pretty much 3, 2, 1. Okay. My eyes are starting to slowly melt. I don't know about anybody else. But holy God, my eyes hurt. Oh, my eyes are so itchy. How did you do? Oh, God. I'm glad for you, because mine fucking hurt. Stop. Make it sober. Oh yeah, my body hurts. I don't want to do this anymore. Ugh, yeah, I'm a poor man with too many jobs. True. Oh, yeah. I don't know. This is the worst part about this shit for me is that it's like there is no real opportunity to stop. It's like if I stop, I can't pay my rent. So it's like great. I wish that I could fucking stop. But holy shit. My little body is broken. Anyway, you know what it is. It's just that's it. I fucking yeah, see, and then even if I'm in the Z-land, I gotta be like, I gotta like still have work at that point, so we'll see how it goes. We shall see. So the question is going to be whether or not I still teach. Oops, that's not right. I gotta still, just in general, see if, I can survive, you know? What job opportunities are going to be available for me there? Am I going to work in a game studio or am I going to be able to teach remotely? Like all of those things. And that's where that gets really difficult. But who knows? We're going to find out. Hey, welcome back, Jamie. My eyes are starting to slowly turn into two little fried eggs. That's where we're at. I'm trying to figure out what topic I'd like to tackle next. Because I think I'm going to work until 7 p.m. So I'm going to just kind of keep it up. Today's just going to be a short day for Terraform Run. That's just the way that that's got to go. Because I had to get through that, that fucking developmental editing. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing next. Okay. Yeah, so we're just kind of hanging out. I'm still working, waiting for Jace to come home. He's going to get done in about 10 minutes, which is cool. But that means I just got to wait for him to come. And that's how that's going to go. Okay, this is a baby sprint. This one's only 14 minutos. So I'm going to now start. What I'm going to do is save my brain a little bit. You know what, actually? I probably am going to have to stop. I think that this is kind of where I'm at right now. I think I probably need to go and, like, lay down for, like, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Nah, can I? You know what? No. I got one more sprinto in me. I'm going to go for 14 minutes, and then I'm going to be like, nope, I'm going to call it. Because my brain is soup. And I'm going to lay down for a second, and then just take it a little bit slower off stream, so that way I'm not, like, plowing through shit super intensely. So let's do one more. Let's do one more, and then I will see, everybody over at the other side of this sprinty. We got it. This is my last hurrah. This is truly the last stand. Let's go. My brain is soup. Okay, how did everybody do? How did we do? I am a fool. Oh, I need to be doing this from... Maybe not. I am a fool. Hold on, my brain is not functioning. Hey, almost up to 1,000 words for the day. That's great. Took a Tumblr break, to be honest. Honestly, what the fuck is going on here, even? I don't even know what's happening to me right now. I'm trying to get shit ready for uploading it to Wattpad, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I gotta open up InDesign. Everything is happening. What I really should do... Oh, I forgot how I just automatically created a table of contents and it looks so good. Okay. Oh, actually, so this will be fine. I just need to remember to update all of my shit. All right, I'm okay. I'm okay. My brain, I figured it out. I'm okay. Everything is cool. Okay. All right, well, I think on that note, I'm going to just get the fuck out of here. I'm writing trauma. Yeah, I'm going to go and be not traumatized. Yeah, to summarize, to wrap up all the announcements for today, I'm going to do one big ol' wrap up here. Here we go. Here comes the wrap up. Bang bang boom. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow for an early morning stream, so it's not like the last time that you'll see me this week. I'll also probably be back on Wednesday too. But just for announcements so that people have time to do these things. First and foremost, I would like to thank Spicy Senpai for following today. That was very nice, and I do appreciate it. Secondly, I would like to thank my top-tier supporters on Ko-fi, the members, and that includes Jamie and also Cindy as well. You two are literally the backbone that keeps the thing fucking going. Also, always, though, a thankful shout-out to all members on my Ko-fi. Speaking of which, if you are a member on my Ko-fi, you should totally enter the January writing contest, which allows you to win editing if you want. The prompt is there, the post is there, so if you're interested, you still have a couple of days left to throw something together for that. Finally, Court of Snakes, Bitter Truth, Honey Justice is going to come out tomorrow, and it's going to be fucking sick. So, keep an eye out. This will change from coming soon to read on Wattpad, limited time only, tomorrow, which will be great. So, I'm going to finish scheduling all of those tonight. I'm literally in the process of doing that right now. So, check that out tomorrow. Any votes on Court of Snakes, Bitter Truth, Honey Justice is very helpful. And also, too, if y'all want to, like, beta it, if you find any weird typos or anything like that, please let me know, because then I can save myself later from having to fucking suffer when I'm going through my manuscript or the actual print copy of the book later. That would be awesome. So feel free to leave some votes over here. Read the original book if you want over on Wattpad. It is free. And this bad boy is going to come out tomorrow at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, which will be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So thank you so much for hanging out with me for like fucking literally 6.5 hours, I think we were here. So I appreciate you all. I hope you have a good night. I will see you tomorrow bright and early, like 2 hours earlier than I normally am here. So it'll be 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard. That is 11:30 a.m. Pacific Standard, or 8:30 a.m. or sorry, Eastern Standard, or 8:30 a.m. Pacific Standard. So I hope you have a great night. I'm going to go try and finish my job before Jace gets home, and I will talk to you all soon. Bye-bye.